Hello friends, hello and welcome back to the bench. Thank you very much for joining me. Let's get the chat visible to me, meaning font size ×3, so I can read something. Happy Sunday everybody. Funny, 10-hour stream coming up. No, we're not gonna be able to go for 10 hours because I get a batch of flux to pour. It's at 39 hours now. Usually it takes around 42, 43 hours to make. So in about 2 hours, maybe 3 hours, I have to pour the flux. So no, probably not 10 hours, but we'll see. Jean-Marc. Good afternoon, all. Greetings. Tesla's Apple. Nice. Greetings. I test things. How you doing, man? Hope everybody's having a great Sunday. Let's get some work done. I was going to take, since Nathan is not streaming today, I was going to take his spot and start the stream at 10. But I woke up at like 8 and I figured no, I'm not ready to start my day yet because I stayed up till like 2 a.m. last night working on Rework Pro and a few other things. Because the day just kind of got away from me again. A lot of side things, side quests and stuff. And so I essentially went back to bed and I started the day at around noon. But I figured, hey, it's Sunday. Let's get some rest. So I did. Normally, I don't like going back to bed, even if I'm super tired. When I wake up, I don't like to go back to sleep because then I have like weird dreams, not like nightmares or anything, but like weirdest dreams. Because I guess my brain already woke up, but I went back to bed, and suddenly you get like those very vivid, weird dreams. Which I like, actually, because the worst dreams I get is when I'm working. Essentially, I'm trying to get some rest, and in my dream I'm either coding or doing electronics, and trying to figure out stuff, and then I wake up and realize that hey, I wasn't actually working, but I feel tired already. But yeah, that's sometimes actually. The solutions to my problems when I'm working through some problem and I go to bed thinking about it, sometimes the solution comes to me in the dream, which is super cool when I wake up and I have the solution to the problem I couldn't figure out. Like subconscious is taking over. David Bolton, Nate streamed today. Oh, he did? I thought I saw a post from him that he's bowling today and there's not gonna be a stream, so I guess maybe that was out of date. Maybe that was an old post. I didn't actually check. Yeah, I didn't join the stream because I was sleeping. Every day gets away from me, Tesla's Apple. Well. Yeah, sometimes it's like that. I test things. I will not be able to stay all this stream. I'm already falling asleep even if I wake up at noon. It's 8 p.m. EU now. Yeah, sounds about right. Yeah. Well, we're gonna go for probably at least a couple hours. We'll see. Oh, that was last Sunday. Okay, so all right. All right, well, just as well. Always sleep, always sleep on a problem. Yeah. Sometimes it's also a skill to know when to step away from the problem. If you just try to force through it, it's usually you just get frustrated, you get tired, and you achieve nothing. Yeah, any project actually, just know when to walk away or step away for a while. Board the how you doing, man? Is this shop still in Atlanta, close to your home? Yes, Fulton, Atlanta, south. It's pretty close to the center. It's by the industrial boulevard. Freestone worked out for all of us. Nate just stopped streaming a few minutes ago. Oh, awesome. I mean, yeah, that's I didn't plan on it because I was sure that Nate is not streaming today, but all right. True, if I don't learn that, then I expect stupid stuff to happen. If you don't learn, oh yeah, if you don't learn that, then expect stupid stuff to happen. Sure. All right, we got a few options today. I was thinking we could start with a Lenovo, so that Lenovo Legion 7 that we still suspect that it's a BIOS issue, and I got new BIOS from Let Farmer, although I didn't download it, so I'm gonna have to track it down now. And I just realized I don't have a Discord on this computer. That kind of sucks, but that computer has Discord, and they're on the same network, so we can just transfer it, no problem. And I don't have the Neo programmer on this one either. Yeah, but I can, yeah, that shouldn't be a problem. But yeah, I guess I should have prepped better. The other option is we have 486 board for Eric for recapping. Pretty easy. Well, by easy, you know how it is, recapping those boards. We also have another soft start module. We have PS5, but I don't have the parts, so there's not much we can do with that. I just diagnosed it with, well, actually you guys diagnosed it with one power chip producing 8 volts instead of 5 or whatever it was supposed to be, and it's heating up. So I'm not sure what to do here. All right, let's see. Stewable. Hello, Raf and all. Hello. And Circuit Fix. Hello, how you doing? Well, let's see about Lenovo maybe. We can also do some rework master work or some coding work. There's a lot to do. I have to fulfill some orders today as well, but that's not a pressing issue because obviously they're not gonna pick up packages today. But I gotta get it done before the end of the day. All right, let's grab the laptop. So it just stopped working, right, magically, which is consistent with BIOS issues. Let's grab a little box for the screws. Tesla's Apple, did you get any further with the Lenovo? Well, as I said, I still suspect that it's a BIOS issue, and we just uploaded the wrong one. So let's upload the different one now and see if that resolves the problem. Hopefully it does, because if not, you guys seem to agree that it's going to be a CPU issue or a CPU soldering issue, and it needs to be rebuilt, which is a pain, but we can do that, no problem. There, I think the music was too loud. If the music in the background is too loud, let me know. There's a lot of, well, actually they just kind of stopped now, but guys in the like couple areas over play loud music. It's kind of like some hip-hop, something like that. And I don't mind the music. Maybe it's not particularly my taste, but I don't mind the music. I don't mind the noise. But one thing that people don't realize is that in my particular case, if you blast loud music, it's not just the matter of disturbing me or anything like that. It's the matter of copyright. So, you know, if you blast loud music, you're costing me money essentially, right? Maybe not a lot, but still, this is not something that that people consider when playing loud music, which is understandable. It's kind of a niche problem. Oh, come on. All right, will be interesting to see if they epoxy the CPU on these series, like the Legion 5 before. Well, I would hope they do, and if it is glued, then you know it shouldn't, because that glue one purpose of that glue is to prevent this exact issue, the cracking solder and stuff like that. So the CPU stays in place, right? It's not necessarily just to make our job harder, but maybe that is part of the incentive, who knows. So if it is glued, I would expect that it's probably not a cracked solder issue. So on this one we have two chips. One holds the BIOS, the other one holds the management engine. And I got both from Lead Farmer, so we'll see if that's gonna resolve the problem. Oh, there's a second screw over there. The screw hidden underneath the shield. That's a pain. and I want to remove the battery before doing this. I don't want to be blasting harder when the battery is around. Alright, let's separate the screws. So this is the battery. These are for the shield. Do you have customers walking to the shop, or do you only do via mail? Yeah, you can, if you're local, come over. So far I only had one customer over, but I also, in my previous shop, in my apartment, I also had a few local customers that I've seen over there. So yeah, but now it's you know, it's essentially open to public. So yeah, you just, you know, schedule a time to come over, because it's not like it's a storefront. It's essentially a access controlled area. And we need some paper. So we don't overheat the screen. Oh, it's never cracked solder in my experience. Always cold gray pads. So corrosion essentially. Yeah, that could be it as well. Yeah, let's turn this off so maybe the camera will improve. Too many sources on this one, so the USB hub is overwhelmed. I fixed laptops by putting it in the oven in 2013, 2014. Yeah, actually, if you have no other option, that is something that I did recommend in the past. Like one guy, a student, went to a foreign country to study and brought the computer with him, and it worked. When he was leaving, he arrived and the computer doesn't work, right? No repair shops around, and even if they are, he doesn't speak the language, so you know, there's no option. You know, shipping it exposes it to the same problem. So I gave him instructions on reflowing essentially in the oven. Well, it's not exactly a reflow, because you don't bring it to the temperatures of solder melting, but the curve of solder reacting to temperature is not you know, flat at until, you know, the temperature of, say, 180 degrees, and then you go to 190 degrees and it suddenly is flowing, right? It's a smooth curve, so you don't exactly have to bring it to the melting temperature. You only have to heat it up enough so it softens up, and that can resolve the problem, at least temporarily, right? It's not a permanent fix, obviously, but yeah, it does work. So yeah, I agree. Lead Farmer, oh, I'm here. Good. Let me see if I can find that second BIOS you sent me. Hilex, pozdrowienia z Polski, pozdrawiam. Board view, is that a new Legion Pro 5? This is Legion Pro 7, if I remember correctly. JFix, how you doing, man? We have music, yes sir, howdy. Yes, we have music, we have camera, we have microphones, we have microscopes, we got everything we need to have some fun with electronics. Alright, let's get the professional anti-glare light. Just $700 from our favorite shop in California. Of course, I didn't get it from there. I think that anti-glare light is a big scam, essentially. There's really no reason to be paying $600 or $700 for two LEDs with a power controller, the PWM controller. I've been looking through AliExpress yesterday for like some cool stuff, and I found a lot of cool stuff at really good prices, like LEDs, right? And I was thinking of getting them 50-watt LED for like $8, but something sounded fishy about that, because how do you manufacture and distribute in 50-watt LED for like $8, right? And I read the comments, and yeah, it was crap. So not only they said like it's 15 watts at the most, and after a little while it starts flickering. The guy used it for like an hour or two and it started flickering. So very poor construction, and obviously overpowered maybe. Yeah, or the SSDs, 1, 2, 6 terabyte SSD, right? And they were like $15. I go to eBay, and on eBay they go for $200. So obviously something's not right. And then I read the comments, like some guys did the actual measurements on these, right? The test, the capacity test, because obviously in Windows you can modify the EEPROM on the device to just show as anything you want, right? So it will show up as a terabyte or 2 terabytes or what have you. But they tested it, and not only it's not an SSD but flash memory, and it's essentially a USB stick, a thumb drive, and like 8 gigabytes or 16 gigabytes, something like that, and sold for $15 as 2 terabytes. Crazy. Is this a password or no post? It's no post. It's the one. It's the one you did before, but you said that you may have mixed up versions or something like that. So we're gonna try again. I had a Pro 5 2 weeks ago. Press power button lights up, dead. I heated up the CPU from below with some rosin, and it started. So bad news. Also heavily underfilled. Okay, we can probably try that. I don't see why not. Did you remove the board when you heated it up, or you did it inside the chassis? I agree, board dev. Just don't spill the coke. Oh yeah, no worries, man. Yeah, coke spillage on the laptops is pretty bad. Mm. Let's see, I bought 25-watt LED and it actually consumes 3 watts. Yes, it's just how they word it. Well, it's not like how they word it, it's plain lying about specs, right? So that's what they do. Well, you know what? I'm gonna disconnect the printer to free up some bandwidth on the USB. And the flickering might stop. This computer is actually not too bad, but it has a Xeon CPU on it, so it's more of a server solution, right? 16 cores, 32 threads, I think, or 64, I don't remember. A lot of cache and stuff. But the board itself, the chipset, is really poor on it, so the USB is giving us problems. What are you gonna do? Lenovo Legion Def, the basic scam, yeah. Okay, hey JFix, I test things. Raf, have you ever removed the lead-free balls on a replacement socket before fitting without melting it? I see these are there are stencils available. So essentially, so the question is it possible to re-ball the socket? Why would you want to do that? The sockets at the most, depending on the socket obviously, but at the most they will cost you maybe 20 bucks, 25 bucks, say, at the most, right? And anywhere from 8 bucks or 5 bucks, right, depending on the socket. So once you remove it, so I expect, why would you want to re-ball it if you have cracked solder or something like that? But since you've already removed the socket, just clean the board, put the new socket on, and resolder it. I don't see any reason for actually re-balling a socket, a used socket. But is it possible? I don't know. I've never seen it. I've never tried it. But it also probably depends on how you remove it, how you heat it up. My sockets nowadays, they don't melt, right? Before I had a problem with melting and stuff, but that was different problems. But now they don't melt, so yeah, technically I can remove it and re-ball it. But when you remove it, it kind of also depends how you lift it, because if I lift it from one side, and again depending on the socket, especially for AM5s, they're gonna bend a little when I remove them, right? So it will probably permanently warp, permanently change its shape. So I don't think that would be wise to reuse it. I had a little cheat sheet over here. So UB2, so this one, UB2 is a 64, so this is ME, and UB3, this one, is 128, and this is the BIOS. Let's see, blessed should read leaded. Hi ITT, yes, you can tell me ITT. No, not used, new because of the lead-free. Oh, you mean remove the lead-free solder and replace it with leaded solder. You can get sockets with leaded solder. So, yeah. But it's kind of the same problem we have with the 3-watt LEDs advertised as 50 watt or 25 watt. They tell you that the socket has lead-free solder on it, or sorry, leaded solder on it. But then you heat it up and you see that it drops at like 215 instead of 185 or 190. So obviously that is. Also, we can just look at it from behind, inspect the balls, and you can tell. Usually, you can tell whether it's leaded or lead-free. Leaded is going to be much more shiny, smooth. Lead-free is going to be a little more, well, less shiny, less uniform. Yeah, so usually you can tell, but again, you never, until you actually receive it, you don't know. It's advertised as leaded, but it's not. Too much risk, better to replace. Yeah, I agree. Yes, BIOS version 24 versus 26. Yes, and I think you gave me 24 and this is 26 or vice versa. So you can scroll up to in our conversation that day, and then you should be able to find it. Electro-Rep 3, hi. Oh, hello. I never said reuse the socket. Right. New socket, but just remove the lead-free and replace with leaded. I don't know if we can try that one day, but that's a huge commitment. Yes, divided bias and 2 loads versus Foxconn. Again, there's Foxconn and there's that FC. What would that FC stood for? I remember. So you got Loads, FC, and Foxconn. And Loads are usually leaded. Foxconn are almost always lead-free because these are the sockets that they actually use on the motherboard. So it needs to be lead-free. And FC can be either. At least from my experience. 2 watts advertised as bright as 25 watts normal. Well, yeah, that's not exactly how it works, you know. It's, you know, the LEDs and incandescent light bulbs were advertised that way, right? It's a 25 watt light bulb, but it has the brightness of equivalent of 100 watt regular resistive tungsten light bulb, right? So yeah, that was a thing, but it's not like you can, you know, create an LED light that consumes 3 watts and shines as bright as a 25 watt. So yeah, that's not a thing. Will he fix it? Hi all, late to the party, cheers. No, you're not late. We've been just hanging out for under half an hour, so you're early. Lead Farmer, you doubt it's a BIOS issue? Well, we're gonna answer that question now. We might have to reflow BGA on this one. I have Lenovo's. I hate Lenovo's. Yeah. A lot of you guys agreed that this is likely going to be a CPU underfill or CPU solder issue. But yeah, I guess reflow will confirm it, but reflow will not fix it. We will have to actually reball it. So Yeah, that's not gonna be easy. Hello, how are you? Flern? Flern? Hello, how are you? How is the battery analyzer? Well, it's I released a release candidate version 132 that addresses some issues with compatibility and unsealing and false positives, and because it was defaulting to locked if you can't if the tool cannot determine whether the battery is locked or not, because certain registers on certain batteries can only be read when the battery is unsealed, so it would default to locked even if you connect the battery that is unlocked. So that's you know, it's kind of a known issue, but issue nevertheless. So now it has 3 states: locked, unlocked, or unknown. But the flasher is not updated yet, so it's only the tool that's going to tell you that it is unknown. Or in the flasher or in the Windows software, you just click read the status, and it prints out the status, and that's where it will tell you that the status is unknown. I don't think you can reflow it. There is a glue under. Yeah, we'll see about that. I mean, usually that glue can, well, it kind of depends, but usually when you heat it up, that glue can detach from the board relatively easily, but you never know until you try it. On some, especially that light transparent glue that is only in the corners, that usually lifts very easy once you heat it up. But if there's like complete underfill, like the epoxy essentially all the way inside underneath the CPU, the entirety of it, that is yeah, that's gonna be difficult. All right, I'm not sure if I restart the scope, would this help? Or if I disconnect it and reconnect it. But it's not a scope issue. It's the USB a chipset issue, essentially. All right, let's protect the M.2 over here, and see. Now, can I use this? No, that's yeah, that's not gonna work. Yeah, it's tough without the post guard. Let's see, for hang on, Resistor Labs, I like your logo. Is there a reason you don't use a hard bristle brush to remove the conformal coating? Instead, you usually use the tweezers. It depends on the device, I guess. On some ECMs, you can. It's really difficult to remove the conformal coating. On others, it's just alcohol and toothbrush, and that works perfectly fine. Sometimes a brush, regular brush. The hard bristles, I use it usually when the flux just kind of when I burn the crap out of flux. I use that to speed up the process of cleaning. But I ordered some cobalt blue because I'm struggling with cleaning lately, so hopefully that will resolve my problem. That dang glue, filler gauge with 220 under it. Yeah, I think maybe you could use the Chinese wire to cut the glue when balls are melted. Could work. I'm not familiar with Chinese wire, but I guess we'll see. Like the screen separation. Oh, I know what you're talking about now. Yes, I have the wire somewhere. But it is risky, right? It is risky mainly, not even because you could damage the pads or the CPU or stuff like that. It's mainly because of the components around it, right? So that's what I would worry about the most, because I would have to put it on the BGA station, right, to keep it hot, because I only have 2 hands, so I can't use hot air. So everything around it will be floating before the CPU even starts, the balls start melting, right? All those little caps, resistors, and stuff around it, they're gonna be floating. So it would be very difficult to do, but yeah, that is a solid idea. Yeah, the corner glues would be easy. All iPhone CPUs are underfilled lead completely, yet we remove them daily. Yeah. Well, also on the cell phones, it's a much smaller board, so you can use much smaller equipment. The big CPU is a lot more difficult for that reason. But there is not many versions, so you can build up experience. Yeah, for laptops it's trickier. Yeah, agreed. Hey, how you doing? Do it before you die, fool. That's a cool nickname. Good. How are you? Do you have Polish origins? Looks like. Well, I am Polish. Is it just me that's bothered by the background music? It gives me that end credits walking out of the cinema vibe. Well, let me just turn it down a little. Hopefully not everyone is bothered by it, but I get it. Problem is the wire would be cold and would make balls harden. All right. Thank you for the compliment and the information. I am a new viewer. Well, welcome. I have not worked on the types of boards you work on. What kind of boards do you work on? Okay, LED farmer is going AFK. You must be confident the LED free has melted before you flip the CPU. Yes, sir. If it doesn't go, then you can bend the CPU or rip pads. Yeah, I noticed that those CPUs are kind of depending on CPUs, but some of these CPUs just kind of bend after you heat them up and remove them. It bends. After it cools down, it remains slightly warped. So I'm not sure what's up with that. Not to mention, yeah, the ripping pads. Yeah. Usually, well, with CPUs, usually just once it's hot, just give it a tap from the side. If it's moving, if it's floating, then it's ready to go. I think any way you do it properly, I have to touch up some areas where coding is damaged. I don't really like where the world is going now with all that AI cancer and constant push to deliver numbers than quality. I share your pain daily. Yes, I fully agree. You can UV mask the smaller components around the CPU before to stop them going to the 9th dimension. That is an excellent idea as well. You probably could, yeah, maybe UV mask. But UV mask will become soft and you know, once you heat it up as well. So not sure. There's always gonna be a risk. And if you put Captain tape on it, then it affects the thermal profile and causes the board to warp. In my current company, our CEO shifted in 3 months from being hating AI to loving AI and demand all work be done with AI, with random Zoom-based performance evaluation. Literally insane, toxic. Yeah, nobody cares about quality at the moment, but they will eventually. Enough stuff goes wrong, we will be valued again. And yeah, let's hope it happens sooner rather than later. All right, this is killing me. Let's disconnect the scope and reconnect the scope and see if that is any different. Nope. Yeah, it's not. It's a USB issue. Well, we're gonna have to live with it at the moment. All right, let's start with the BIOS. Oh, you can't usually tap with all that epoxy. True. So you would have to remove the epoxy first. Yeah. It's we'll see. I don't see any glue under the PCH. We can see PCH over here. I don't really see any glue here. So maybe the CPU is not glued either, but we shall see about that. You can do it was the same on Facecam Flicker. It's not just microscope. Yes, sir. Yeah, and I disconnected all the USB stuff I could, not to interfere. Even the printer, everything. But yeah. Not sure if this is gonna hold. They have thermal camera to see what's glowing under load, indicating what's possibly broken. I did the entire, you can find the video, Lenovo Legion 7 from maybe a week ago, maybe even less than a week. I did all that, thermal imaging. I connected the scope to both BIOS chips. And we concluded that, when the PCH is warming up when loading the BIOS, it finishes loading the BIOS, and the CPU never gets warm, never gets hot. The bulk of my experience comes from cryptocurrency miners. Hash boards, power supply, etc. I did that for a bit more than 4 years. I created this company because I wanted to fix things outside that. All right, same here, although I was never into crypto. And you know, just like I'm skeptical about AI and stuff, I was skeptical about cryptocurrencies, and I kept saying that no, it's not the future. It's not going to be a future because it's essentially useless, especially NFTs. But no, everybody was against that, and everybody told me that I gotta get on with times and the crypto. Of course, including Kevin O'Leary. So you know it's going to be a bust when O'Leary says that it's going to be a future. It's a great indicator of failure. If he says it's going to be great, it's going to be crap. Let's see, if you are using a powered USB hub, maybe there is some interference from the switching power supply feeding it. I am, but yeah, I worked on this problem for a little while now, and yeah, it's not, because obviously that was my first idea, right? So I started switching cables, switching USB hubs, switching power supplies, and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, finally I concluded that it's just a bandwidth issue. It will go away once I receive my replacement board for that computer, but I'm not sure if I'm going to be switching back to this one. I haven't decided yet, because well, we'll see, because now I'll upgrade to i9, so maybe that will resolve a lot of issues that I had on the i5. But we'll see. I haven't decided yet. All right. Or 10 and 100. That should do it. A lot of companies will not survive their first hack of their Vibe coded code. Yeah, that and maintenance of those applications. You know, if you're if you're delivering 2,000 lines of code a day, obviously no one's gonna maintain quality of that. No one's even going to review that, and it's gonna start breaking, and then you have to use AI to fix it. And AI is becoming more and more expensive because they're not making any money, so they're gonna start charging you real money for it. Yeah, they're gonna be scrambling to just kind of you know, resolve the problems that they created for themselves. And then I'm gonna be advertising myself as a AI crop cleaner, a developer that cleans up the AI slop. I worked in crypto for the last 5 years, got fired. Fired or laid off? Did you do something wrong, or did they just do reduction in force? And it was the most toxic environment ever, I believe that. And feeling that company must produce to their investors other reasons for its existence. Yeah, they don't value engineers, they don't value quality, they just deliver the numbers and that's it. That's true. Yeah, it's very sad. All right, Lead Farmer is back. Hey Joey, how's it going, man? Hello folks, hello Ralph, I hope you're all doing well. It's nice to see another live stream. Well, nice to have you on another live stream, Joey. Thanks for dropping by. Joe Tech, hello ITs. Hello. Without opening a huge debate, it's still new and needs some time to mature. It might be better in the future. I also was laid off because of the price drop. My old company was not efficient. Well, I don't think it can improve. And so far, the metrics are going in the other direction. It actually gets worse because it's overtrained. Yeah. Bedtime here. We'll watch the rest tomorrow. Have a nice stream. Thanks a lot, Board Dev. I'll see you tomorrow, I guess. Max Power or MX Power? How's it going, man? Yeah, we are workhorses. Discard after used. Or after sued? I don't know if you've meant... Yeah, used. Yeah. Discard after use. Yes, sir. I'm lurking. I test things. All right. Union busting has broken society. That as well. Yeah, we just kind of get away from unionizing. Yeah, and the companies, some companies, like I heard Amazon was pretty famous for just kind of not telling people that, hey, you cannot unionize, but quickly identify anyone who has such an idea and quickly get rid of them. With AI, we are the product, but we are the product, not the other way around, probably. Well, at the moment, there is no actual product. Because everything, all those AI companies, they were started by, rich kids with daddy's credit cards that never had to actually make money, right? So a lot of companies just dropped a lot of money because it's the future. And even without believing in it, it's just, FOMO mentality. It's better to lose, 5 million or $1 billion than to miss out on $100 billion investment or, revenue. So they were never really pushed on the, just like when you start any business, right? You have, say, start with some small amount of money. You go to the bank, you take a loan for, say, $50,000 to start a business, and you have to pay it off. So you have to pay off $70,000 in total. So you're aware that you need to not only pay off the loan, but you need to make enough money to support yourself and stuff. So if after a year you're still not making money, then obviously you go bankrupt or what have you, right? You close down the business, you go to 9 to 5 job, and you try to pay off all the debts. In this AI bubble, it works the opposite way, right? They never deliver, they get more and more expensive, and they get more and more money, more and more investments. Like first raising 100 million, then 2 billion, then 50 billion, and delivering essentially zero, right? Just money furnace, just burning through cash. Like, well, it's easy to burn through cash when it's not your cash, right? I wouldn't mind burning through, $100 million. Sure, I would have a lot of fun with it. But if it's your money, not so much. Come on. let's see. I'm investing. Technically, no company are efficient. Workhorses, also called slaves. Yeah, in a way. Yeah. I think I will try to go into game development, C++, creativity cannot be penetrated easily with the AI, so I will try to develop further towards that. Mostly performance related stuff like C++, SIMD, x86. I advise against it. I'll do a interview with Eric. He's been a game developer for the past like I don't know, many years. One of his best games, longest running games, the Gear City. You can find it on Steam. It's been 16 years since he developed it, and he maintains it and stuff. It's an economical simulator. When he started, there were I don't remember the exact numbers. Few thousand games released a year, right? Something like that. Now there's hundreds of thousands of games released every day or every year, and yes, some of them vibe coded, and that's why it went into. That's why there's so many being developed. But also, you know, the tools became much easier and much easier to use, much more available. So a lot of games are being released, and 90% of those games will never make more than $2,000. Out of those remaining 10%, only, I don't remember the exact percentage, but out of that 10%, only like 20-30% of those will even have the you'll even have the return on the investment. So the game will make enough money to pay off whatever you had to put into it. So it's you know, to make a game on which you can actually support yourself and be you know, make money essentially, you have comparable chances to win a lottery. Not to mention, you know, depending on the genre of the game, the investment is horribly, because even if you vibe code it, coding is actually I would say in the game development. I personally I worked for a game development studio. I wasn't a game developer, but I worked for the studio. I've been developing tools for them and stuff like that. So I've been involved in the game development back then. That was maybe 2018, 2019, and the coding itself, that's usually around 10% of work, maybe even less. So this particular game studio, there was only one coder, one software engineer, and around 20 people working on assets and stuff. So yeah, assets take a lot of time and effort. It's a huge investment. So even with AI tools, you're not gonna bring that cost down. And then after, you know, say a relatively good, complex, and well done game will take you 3, maybe 5 years to develop, right? If you can do it in 2 years, that's a great success, but it would have to be a relatively small game. And it's not only the process of actually developing it, it's also that phase of testing, balancing, and, you know, bug fixing and maintaining before the game is actually ready, and you can just start reaping benefits from that. So if you spend 2 years, invested say $200,000, and then the game sells 50 copies for $20 a pop. Yeah, he lost a lot of money, and it's not like you have anything that you can recoup from that, because if you start a machine shop and invest $200,000 in equipment and you don't make enough money and you have to close down the business, at least you have all those machines to sell, so you can recoup some of your investment. In game development, nothing, unless maybe some assets you can just put on some stores or something and sell those, maybe, but essentially all that money was just burned and it's not coming back. I think you can earn I think your cam has a flow power 5-volt milliamps. Needs extra cap. No, that's not it. I wish, but yeah, I did check. They use AI to tweak, cut back on extra workforce. So what do you think matters now? Everything seems to be going towards vibe coding. Quality, creativity. So we already mentioned creativity. So yeah, be creative and the AI will not replace you. But the game development itself is kind of a dead end at the moment. Yeah, as I Test Things stated, game development is totally broken right now. Yeah, not only, I haven't bought a game in a long time. I also don't have time to even play games. I haven't started Steam in weeks, maybe months. So obviously, there's a lot of people like me. During the pandemic, that was the time to release the games. Not to start making games, because then you need a couple years to actually develop the game, and then pandemic is over and no one has money or time to play games. Right now, with how the economy is, it's not going to be a good source of income in either case. So yeah, it's not even that the game industry is broken, it's just a lot of competition, a huge competition, and people just don't have money to pay for those games, and a lot of scams as well. Essentially way overpriced games that were overpromised and what do you think of Mega Bonk, Bowl, Xbit, Slay, Despire 2, Schedule 1? It is beautiful to see small studios outperforming huge games. I'm not familiar with any of those. I'm not into game news, other than from time to time I'll see some video on YouTube, and as far as my knowledge of the industry at the moment, it's all based on my conversations with Eric, the veteran game developer. So I trust him more than some random guy on YouTube. My daughter wanted Schedule 1 and I said it's too dark of a game for a 14-year-old. Never seen it, but it sounds like an awesome game. Sounds like a risky business for a startup. Game development, yeah, probably. Creative works are largely outsourced to low cost of living areas. Also, the number of really skilled animators and artists out of Indonesia is crazy. Yeah, that has always been a thing. That's true. Why can I never... Oh, there it is. Okay. There. Okay. All right. Let's put it on the thing. Ah. Also, hi, Mezu. How's it going, man? How you doing, man? I think AI will steal from people if they use it to search for answers. Yeah, if you're talking about training, then yeah, in a way it is stealing, because they don't reward you for the intellectual property that you produced. They just take it and use it to make money. So that is by definition stealing, in my view. Let's see, what did I miss? 200k for a game is really cheap. You should more expect minimum of 1 million. Yeah, I mean, it all depends on the kind of game you wanna make. Because you can, I'm actually gonna be talking next weekend. Eric is coming over. So we're gonna do some Waffle House and the talk, and maybe we'll do the interview. We'll see. Sometimes you can get a simple project, something that you can develop in say a couple months, right? And use some store-bought assets, right? They're relatively cheap, because assets is depending if the game is fun, if the game is playable. That's the games that I like, right? Assets only just kind of inflate the value of the game, but it's not everything. There's plenty of games that look really great. They're very impressive visually, but not much playable. Not poor mechanics or poor AI or what have you. So you can find projects where, especially if you have some nice original idea for because usually the game revolves around a mechanic. There's some core mechanic that the game revolves around, right? And let's see, the last game that I bought was Sniper Elite, right? And the core mechanic over there is that you just run around with a sniper rifle. You can use environment to mask the sound, and you hit the space and everything slows down, and you aim at the usually at the head, but you can also do testicle shot and all kinds of shots. And you fight Nazis in World War II. So the core mechanic over there is basically, if you like sniping games, that's your core mechanic, and everything revolves around that. But you can also do the hardcore, get the automatic assault rifle and just and grenades and stuff, and start hardcore Quake kind of kind of game, right? A Quake kind of approach. So if you find some nice original mechanic and build a game around that, and again make it instead of focusing on the assets and the visuals, just make the game playable, make the game fun to play, and invest a couple months into it, and then sell, you know, for a couple bucks on Steam, right? Maybe $5 a game, right? Listen, if you sell 100,000 copies, that's some real money, right? But if you invest 2 years and a couple $100,000 and then sell 100 copies, I don't know, that's gotta hurt. That's gotta hurt. So yeah, it's you can still, that's why creativity is so important here, right? Let's they would want to add, I was doing security engineering, all related to code reviews, other incident response stuff, etc. Not just pure software dev. Well, every software engineer needs to do some code reviews. But yeah, that's why the quality needs to go down when you start delivering, you know, millions of lines of code every month, because it, you know, it takes so long to properly review the code, right? To actually do your due diligence. Because sure, you can just skim through it and, you know, and call it a day. Just hit approve and go away. Sure, you can, but then you know, if something is wrong in that code, then you're responsible because you reviewed it. Let's go back to playing Monopoly. Yeah, I love Monopoly. Those board games were brilliant and funny to play with the family. True. Yeah, actually that was the advice I got from Eric regarding, because I have, you can see it on my GitHub, Whispers of Freedom, the game that I was developing. He said, because I kind of focused on network code and like that kind of stuff. It's a completely wrong approach, but I was doing it mainly for fun. So he said, you know, make it into a board game first to see how it plays, to see if it's fun, and then build a game around it. And developing a board game is quick, and you can validate your idea very quickly. So yeah, there are, yeah, if you want to go into game development, definitely talk to few people that have been in that industry for a while, and base your approach on that. And obviously redistribution to the 1%. Yeah, manual coding is like building a house with a handsaw. AI is the power tool, and amateur with a chainsaw is just a fast way to lose a limb. You still need to be a craftsman to know where to cut. Yeah, I know where that analogy comes from. I agree, in to the extent I agree, but it's not only about us speeding up the process, right? Because again, you're still, you know, if you compare it to the chainsaw versus the handsaw, right? You have to know where to cut, how to cut, and stuff like that. And the chainsaw is only speeding up that process of cutting. In software engineering, it has the direct impact on quality. It seems like you're going faster, right? You ask the AI to do something, and it does it really quickly. But then you start modifying it, you start sometimes fighting with the prompt, sometimes it's making mistakes, or sometimes you won't catch that mistake until much later. So essentially, with this comparison, with this analogy, I would say that that chainsaw, after you cut everything with the chainsaw, then you have to grab the handsaw and redo it, essentially, if that makes sense. So yeah, I know where it's coming from. I agree to the extent, but it's not as easy. It's not as simple as described. So on support venture since moved work since hang on so some site for tech remote work seems a waste. Yeah. Custom one 8x6 PCB. Exactly, in our company, Cisco was vibe coding stuff without doing his job. Same CTO, etc. Showing off what they can do in like 1 week. Completely broken, but was only building hype. I mean, for a proof of concept and stuff like that, it's great. I've vibe coded a lot of stuff as a proof of concept, but I couldn't really build on top of that, right? So yeah, as a proof of concept, it's or MVP, not even MVP, it's more of a POC. It's very it can yeah, you can test a lot of stuff, right, just to get a feel for it and stuff like that, but it's not a usable code, essentially, right? Back in the day, for proof of concept, I would have to spend a couple weeks, couple months. With AI, I can spend a couple hours and have my proof of concept, but it's useless as a production code. What was the old saying? Good artists copy, great artists steal. Something like that. Maybe. I don't think I've heard that before. That's why when I am interviewing, I try not to use the search for ideas. Oh, sorry, not interviewing, inventing. That's why when I'm inventing, I try not to use the search for ideas pertaining to what I am working on. Rich people monitor the search. True. I would, yeah, I would agree. I experimented to see how fast ideas get stolen a few years back. In 2017, I had an idea of magnetic adapter tips for other brands like MacBooks, mentioned in the took 3 years, was being sold. I mean, ideas are dime a dozen. They come, they go. It's the execution that actually is valuable, not just idea. And oftentimes we have the same idea, you know, or 10 people have the same idea, but only one of them actually made money on it. I had ideas for like a lot of products that were developed by Google. I had ideas for these exact products. Same with Apple, or you know, some either software or hardware products. I had an idea for it as well, but I did nothing with it. They did something with it, and you know. So yeah, that's why back in the day, I would never work with guys that have idea and they need a software engineer to develop that idea, to develop the product that they have idea for, but they want me to sign NDA first before they share an idea. So I would always turn them down and say that, dude, your idea is probably already being developed by someone else. and it's worthless. Your idea is worthless as an idea. It's only worth something once you turn it into a product. Let's see, you offend me. The games I listed far outperform the AAA games that are coming out recently. I believe that. I've actually heard that opinion many times. I'm not sure why, but also not only the AAA games are crap, but also they cost a lot of money, and yeah, the indie is outperforming. I think copyright can be ignored by AI company. They should be abolished because there is no reason everyone can use it. Well, it's also revolves around the power consumption, you know. So it's not only about gatekeeping or anything like that. It's just even if they wanted to just let everyone use their product for free, there's not enough power to go around. Let's see. I'm gonna flash it on the other computer because I just remembered that I also don't have a driver on this computer. So even if I get, unless I used Neo Programmer, but I already soldered it onto the CH347. So let's do that. Okay, lead farmer. So there are two, what do you call it? Those 16. Hang on. So two BIOSes and one ME. So I'm doing the BIOS right now. So which one do I use? '26. All right, take a look. Let's see. Rich people have whole departments and lawyers ready to run with an idea. True. They can put it out in 2 weeks. I mean, copyright in general. If the AI company doesn't need to respect it, there is no reason anyone has to respect it. Yeah. Otherwise, you give an advantage to the AI company. There are a lot of companies buying up patents, and a new idea from an individual could be claimed under someone else's patent, and with all the lawyers and money, you don't stand a chance to win. Yeah, there's also a lot of patent trolling, and yeah, it is a problem too. Yeah, when it comes to patents, yeah, there's plenty of problems with that. Long time ago, while on the freeway, I saw a Datsun B210, and in my mind, I smothered out the lines, and a few years later, I saw my idea, yeah, and brought one. Yeah, it happens. You know, it's not always around stealing. Sometimes we have the same idea at the same time, and just one of us develops it earlier than the others, and usually that's the one that takes the benefit. Only takes like 15% change, and they can represent it. Oh, or charge change. Okay, so not NVRAM on the 16 meg BIOS. All right, it's programming. Niestety muszę już iść. Pozdrawiam i do następnego razu. Thank you, Achilles, Achilex. See you next time. Let's see. Oh, Edison had like 1,600 patents, and only 500 or 600 of them were his original ideas. The rest were taken from other people's ideas. Yeah, well, he was doing that on purpose, actually. Like hiring a lot of creative people to just essentially work for him, and legally, they were developing those ideas under his IP, under his so yeah, technically, I developed a lot of things working for other companies, and that intellectual property belongs to them, right? I can kind of reproduce it, I can maybe improve it, so it's not like well, unless I sign non-compete or something like that, but that usually lasts for a year or two. but yeah, that's how Edison made his fortune. True. Patents exist only to protect the big company because they are the only ones that can use it. Sure, sure. Speak English. Yeah, well, I was just reading the comment. Ralph speaks Polish too. I speak Spanish. That farmer I had a 81 to. I'm gonna make a Chan. I show Fafo. Yeah, a lot of Fafo lately. All right. Let's get this baby off and let's see. So there's about maybe 5% chance this will work. If not less. Alrighty, and let's put the baby back. Aye. Let's use RA from 23rd of March. No, April. Let's see this batch. Looking good. All right, and I like the viscosity of it. So, is it going to work? Mm. Ross Repairs, how you doing, man? Good to see you. Do I sleep sometimes? Yes, I actually had a lot of sleep last night. Well, maybe not last night, because I stayed up way too late. But yeah, I slept in today. That happens sometimes. Of course, the ground is problematic, but let's see. That should do it. Just to be sure. Yeah, to flash ME also. Just in case. Well, I guess I should, because this is not going to be reliable if we just do the BIOS without ME. Um, all right. Well, at least ME is just... Well, actually, this this BIOS is really small. It's 16 megs of BIOS and 8 megs of ME. So they flash really quickly, even without CH347. Even if I just used Neo Programmer with 341, it still is pretty quick. I think I'll start a new channel. I break things. Why not? There is a channel where the guy tests like what happens if you put chocolate or milk or cream in the engine instead of oil, right? Or how long until the engine overheats or blows or stuff like that. Yeah, he gets a lot of views on that. Have you resolved your problem of mattress? I think you didn't have one for some time after moving. Yeah. I think it's raining. Not sure. Get the brush in IPA. Oh, well, if it works, then I'll clean it. Start one called The Hall of Flames. Haha, that's a good one. I mean, if it posts, we can flash BIOS extra from Win. Yeah, but we all know ME bad and won't post. Yes. If you need help with BIOS clean and ME clean, I can help you even right now. All right. Well, we already have everything cleaned, so because yeah. Well, we'll see. It's a long shot. It's a long shot. We expect that this is going to be a CPU issue. That's what we expect, but we have to try. Oh yeah, it sounds like it's heavy rain out there. CPU, motherboard, RAM. Yeah, I did try with the replacing RAM and swapping the banks and stuff like that. No, no difference. If it doesn't work, will you be able to? Will you be doing the CPU on stream today? I don't know. Let's find out. It would be interesting to check data communication on the BIOS chip with oscilloscope. Yep, I did that. Check out my video when I was diagnosing it. Video 387. Thank you, Lead Farmer. The channel you are talking about is Russian originally. Oh, didn't know. It's someone at work showed me that clips from that channel because we were just talking about cars and stuff like that, and so I've never watched that channel anyways. All right, Mr. Chip. Let's see. I'm taking bets. Who wants to bet? Is this going to work? As far as the symptoms go, the computer turns on, power LED goes on, it charges the battery, it discharges the battery, everything electrically works on it. When we connect the oscilloscope to CS pins, we can see that first both BIOS and ME start, so they being red. Obviously ME is quicker, so ME CS goes up, then BIOS goes up. The PCH chip is warming up, indicating that it's doing something. And after it loads the BIOS, it reboots. The CPU never heats up, never turns on, no indication that the CPU is working in any way. So it's either the BIOS, corrupted BIOS issue. By the way, the problem just kind of appeared. No power surges, power cuts, or anything that would correlate with this issue. And let's get it on. Alright, ME replaced. Now just to be sure, let's do a little retouch with beautiful Omega 559 flux, available on eBay and on BHR store. The new batch is being made right now. And it smells even better than it looks. Alright, and let's get all that stuff off. Do a little cleaning. Look how shiny the joints are. Even Kingbo won't give you that. And it cleans easy, without alcohol, without anything. Just dry Q-tip. I mean, obviously with alcohol it would clean even better. But this is perfectly enough for now. If it works, then we'll clean it better. Now, as they say, moment of truth. So, who's betting on what? There are no losers in this betting game. And for the same reason, there are no winners. Well, the customer is the winner. If it works, then the customer is the winner. I'm not connecting the battery because what for? If it works on the power cable, it'll work on the battery as well. Okay, power button turns on, the LED goes off. In either case, it should probably reboot a couple times after this, so let's give it a second. Let's see, there are some good options on Rufus now to make your own Windows ISO, so you can try avoid the Windows bloat and updates disabled. Yeah, I've heard of those. Maybe I should give it a try. Nice, great flux. It's an awesome flux. Drop some India Pale Pale Ale on it. IPA, yeah. Nah, I can't drink that stuff anymore, man. Too old for it. Nice solder job. Some people worry about too much solder, but I don't think it's too much. Yeah, it also, in most cases, flux is more important than solder. But if you have crappy solder, even good flux, it's difficult. I say one. Power adapter bigger than my house. Yeah, it's 300. What was it? I can't see it now, but it's a big one because it's essentially a gaming machine, right? Go glass half full. I'm gonna work fingers crossed and toes crossed. One, no two, no one, no two. Okay, 1.5. Looks like I'm back just in time. Yes, sir. Drain power. Press on CPU. Yeah. Shouldn't let farmer be a mod. Yes. He's not a mod? I think he is. There you go. Oh, he's a mod. There you go. Yeah, I thought I already made you a mod. Okay, so it doesn't work. It behaves exactly the same. So that concludes BIOS. So let's see about that. Let's see if there is a lot of underfill on the CPU, if any. To do it properly, we need to remove the board and put it on the BGA machine. But we'll see. Maybe we can just confirm the issue, right? Because we could just blast some header on it, drown it in flux, and if we get any different reaction, like at least for the CPU to just heat up a little bit, right? We don't need much to confirm. But right now the CPU never heats up, it stays cold. Only PCH heats up. So if we blast it with some heat and we notice that the CPU is getting warm, we have some indication of the CPU doing something, then we have our confirmation. Let's see. Plan of a Legion 7. Oh, what's the plan of attack? Yeah, I just so yeah. First, let's see about the underfill. I just press on it and see when my fingers burn. I mean, yeah. Usually when you do the press method, press technique, you can notice the change, right? And yeah, we've had that on PCH on some desktop motherboards, and yeah, that would confirm that the postcard changes. It starts with like 00, but then you press on PCH start and it changes the codes. So that's the confirmation. But on this one, you know, you have heatsink with the screws with springs on it. So the CPU is constantly pressed. So I don't think that's our problem. Plus, the V-core should go up, right? And we had no V-core, if I remember correctly. There was no voltage on the CPU. Oh, every time you are talking about drinking IPA, my brain stops working. IPA 99.9% not recommended. Yeah, not that kind of IPA. Okay, this does not look underfilled to me. What do you guys think? Or this is the underfill. can't really look at it from the side. But the question is, if this is the problem, right? It's you know, oh, that's the epoxy. Okay, in 4 corners under CPU. Okay, I posted a virtual BIOS in tool, makes BIOS stuff easier, cheap too. So if this is this issue, right, of the CPU, and it needs to be reflown, would the vCore voltage be on it still? Because if I remember correctly, we never had voltage on it. What do you guys think? Okay, so the cover says Intel, but I'm not sure. Let's see. It has liquid metal on it. Is the marking gonna be on the CPU or on the CPU board? The box says Intel i5, right? So I'm pretty sure that's an Intel. Resistance on vCore around 5 ohms, something like that. No shorts. On memory, like 15 ohms. Everything seems good electrically. That's why it's on the bench. Poor vCore pads don't cause this issue because of the redundancy in memory connections. So PCH needs send signal to EC to turn on vCore that may be missing on CPU board. I think they got enough liquid metal on it. Yeah, not on the die, above the die, I think. Yeah, it looks good. CPU making is probably covered by the DAM, but I can see that's Intel. Okay, is there a DAM around the CPU? Yes, it is. Yeah. So what's the conclusion? Because the CPU is not gonna ID itself unless it gets power, right? Should be the CPU, but the liquid metal can have an eaten the markings. Yeah. Yeah, but it looks the AMD would be more square than rectangular. Conclusion: it's still broke. Yes, sir. I concur. I absolutely agree. Maybe press and hold the chipset. Chipset turns on properly, right? It reads the BIOS, reads the ME, and then it turns off. The CPU never gets warm. X-ray machine time for you. Quit guessing and get pressing. Well, I don't really have any other idea, so which is good because it keeps rebooting, so I don't have to press the button all the time. So let's start pressing on the CPU. Let me get some gloves because I don't want this nasty chemical on me. All right, let's press in the middle. Then let's maybe give it some topping. What do you think? Okay, pressing, don't do nothing. And PCH is cycling, right? And that is, you know, coinciding with reading the BIOS. So the BIOS chips start being red, PCH gets hot, BIOS chips stop being red, PCH goes black, right? Turns off. And then it starts again. All voltages, as far as I could see, were good. Charging works perfectly fine. But we never get any voltage on PCH, on CPU or GPU. This is V-Core. Nothing really. Yeah, maybe. Let's see on the scope. Because it looks like it kind of feels like it's trying to do something. So it is powering up the CPU, but it turns off right after. Yeah, it's kind of like a dirty signal. Yeah, there's something relatively dirty on the scope on the V-Core. And on GPU, let's see on GPU, but it doesn't really matter what's on GPU, right? Yeah, the same thing on GPU. Yeah. I think that's all she wrote on this one. I don't think I'll be able to do much with this. I mean, I could remove the board, you know, even either reflow or reball. Yeah, it's kind of noise, but not even, because you can only see it on the when I get you know 100 millivolts per division, right? So yeah, it's not. It could be normal. It's, you know, signal's never gonna be super clean over there. Do I have RAM voltage? Probably not. God, which one is the RAM coil? I don't have board view for this. I could figure out the game plan for it if I had a board view, schematics, preferably, and just figure out the boot sequence or the power sequence, and go one by one, right? Which signal is missing. But since I don't have that, maybe try to hit the CPU with header. I thought Sorin had a legion that it was CPU, yeah. If you plug in after EC or CPU can't communicate, it won't post. Sure. Finally a stream that's for me. Alright, Eli. I'm glad. When in doubt, trust JFix. Need to have the signal in the power on sequence. Can't test after already powered on. Right. Whichever coil changes value when you unplug RAM. Okay. What's the board marking? Maybe I can find board view. Board marking. Good question. The board marking is this. Alright, so heat up the CPU with hot air. Well, that's something we can do. Unplug power. Press and plug in power. Right. I already sent you board view and schematic. Oh, you did? I sent a DM on Discord after your first video. I have it on the other computer. I won't be able to, but okay, DM, okay. In that case, well, it's not gonna help me right this minute, because I have to, sit down with it and figure it out, right? Just get familiar with the architecture and I'll read through the documentation and stuff like that. What's in the board name? I can check if I have schematics. Okay, so it looks like we already have the schematic and board view. I just didn't actually read through it. But let's see. Let's see if there's going to be any difference when we do just treat the CPU with some hot air. So I'm just going to open it like this so we don't fry the screen. Hopefully the liquid metal is not gonna go everywhere, but let's see, I guess. So even heating it a little bit for a little while without reflowing or anything should give us at least some difference. If we even see a little blip from the CPU, then we know that that's the problem. Okay, we went up to roughly surface temperature of like 220, so it's decently heated up. Let's let it cool down slowly and see if there's any difference. Um, 10 seconds near end. Yeah. So what's going on right now? Does it power on fully and not post? Essentially, it's after it loads BIOS, it restarts. The CPU vCore doesn't seem to turn on, but I could be wrong about that. It charges the battery, discharges the battery, everything electrically seems fine. It just stopped working by itself. So yeah, that's kind of a Something that we suspected is the BIOS issue, corrupted BIOS due to update and stuff like that. But we tried 2 BIOS versions and no change. Essentially, from the user's perspective, you press the power button, the light goes on, and after a few seconds, after it loads the BIOS, it turns off. Then it turns on again, and it's essentially boot looping. So something you would expect from the BIOS issue. So yeah, Tony powers on, but no hot CPU. Likely BGA as BIOS was done proper. Yeah. Hello, Mr. blackhorserepairs. Hope you are well. I am well, hot cows. Thank you very much. Ralph, I sent you a schematics link and board view from JFix. Thank you. I will definitely look into that. EC can be corrupted as well. I have no means to reprogram or reflash EC. But if the EC is corrupted, would it even read the BIOS? Would it start reading the BIOS? Because it reads the ME and the BIOS. You can see that on the scope. It just won't go any further than that. Either BIOS or a CPU BGA, maybe EC. If it boot loops, can be right. EC can be corrupted as well if it boot loops. Confirm RAM voltage. That CPU is still at like 55 degrees, so I'm gonna give it a second still. Actually, it needs to drop to room temperature because I won't be able to see on the thermal camera if it's too hot. I won't be able to see if it turns on. To start with basic confirm. If you cannot reflash EC, you can replace the EC and it will flash itself from the BIOS automatically, at least in theory. At least in theory, I agree. Will EC respond to power button press and turn off when it's on? Well, let's see. EC likely good. Oh, if the EC was corrupted, it wouldn't respond to power button. EC likely good. Charges and response to power press. Move on for now. Imagine there is rust on the other side of the board or something blown. Can't see it without flipping the board. I'm guessing this was already done. It was not. We never removed the board. Well, the customer said it just happened by itself, no liquid damage or anything right now, anything like that. Yeah, customer said it died sudden. Rust would be intermittent. It's not a golden rule, right? Sometimes it starts rusting and it works perfectly fine, and just one day it dies, and it's because of corrosion, but it never started working again. All right, we'll remove the board. At first, let's see if there's any different after the CPU reheating. Yeah, they all say no liquid damage until you flip the board. True. It's, you know, as I said in my video, that, you know, sometimes the customer just doesn't know. You know, your kid spilled something on your computer and it stopped working, but the kid's not gonna admit. And it'll just say, well, I was just playing my game and it just stopped working. That's true. Let farmer, I'd take the board out so I could press on the rear too. But if I take the board out, I won't be able to, well, at least not right now, until I locate the power button where it connects and stuff like that. At the moment, I won't be able to actually turn it on once I remove the board. So if I remove the board, we just have to rely on visual. Yeah, when you press CPU, you have to press it before you plug in power. All right, let's try that. But if we can't be bothered to remove the board yet, then I'd check we have RAM voltage, because it's quick and easy. Yeah. So, yeah. Let's remove the memory cover. I just don't know where to check for memory voltage. I don't have the application on this computer. Can someone check where to check for VRAM VCC? So this is CPU over here. The RAM is above it. Right, I don't see any coils around, but we have some resistor over here, but that's likely for the network adapter over here. Right. That's for the CPU fan. We have PJ5602. That's close to the memory. We have some caps over here. It might be on the other side. I don't think we can check on the actual memory module. Although we could, right? On the caps. So if it's powered, then SPD should be powered, right? We can even connect Yeah, we could even connect to that because it's a regular I2C communication, so we can even use my battery analyzer to detect the device. There is a little coil over here. But that's likely supplying PCH, as it's pretty close to it. And nothing really here. Alright, let's see. Do we have any idea? So, Flex BV5, right? Oh, you will see the resistance change on the coil as you insert and remove RAM stick. Okay, that makes sense. Easy way to identify correct power supply. Saw some new board viewer recently on YouTube. Nexus. You can measure across the caps on the RAM itself. Is it DDR4 or 5? It's a good question. Is it DDR4 or 5? Looks like it's 5. So it's what, like 1.2 volts? Or just ring the coil, put the probe on the capacitor, and then the RAM stick and probe coils. Yeah. RD699 right next to the hole, to the left of the DIMM slot. Over here, is this the left, or am I, or is my board upside down? RD699. Maybe that's not my left. Maybe this is my left. Right by the slot. Maybe instead of using left and right, let's is it on the PCH side or on the other side? I have PR5604 over here. Don't forget for I find PJ5602. PJ5602, that's the one. So this is the one. Don't forget for DDR5, it's powered by 5 volts and it has its own power supply buck converter. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. That's solder ball PJ5602. Okay, all right. So we have it here. That's good. Yeah, if we had no memory, that would make sense that it won't boot, because there's, you know, the BIOS has, although well, I don't know, let's see. Okay, so that's 5 volts DDR5. Let's see, the temperature on the CPU is room temperature, roughly 30 degrees. And that's gonna do for now. So So we're sitting on the memory over here. Now turn it on. Yeah, we got 5 volts on the memory. The CPU is still cold. Oh, I think the CPU turned on. I think it did. Let me see if I can confirm that. I'm not sure if that wasn't a reflection or something. It didn't seem like a reflection, because it slowly started brightening up. Was there anything on the screen that you guys catch? Because I wasn't looking. I can't see the screen from my perspective. It was still boot looping though. Oh. Okay, so this is vCore. Yeah, I'm not sure. All right, well, final thing. So we have memory, we have PCH working. I also checked the board for like shorts and stuff like that, so you know, if this was liquid damage, we would probably see some shorts somewhere. Good to see Ralph repairing laptops. Well, we'll see about that. Rather trying to repair. Okay, not a lot of screws on this one. Yeah, I tried to keep the thumb on the CPU die. Yeah, I tried. Doesn't seem to do anything. But let's see the board from the other side, because you know, again, the customer might just not be aware that there was a liquid damage. This is a weird design over here. Must be Lenovo. The cable under cable under cable. So we need proper flow on BGA. Likely reflow we see. Now it works partially already powers on. Doubt EC. I'd be tempted to measure the RAM against it again if it caused it to boot. Maybe the probe is measuring with noise. Keep the thumb on the CPU die. Disconnect everything from the motherboard, including keyboard, and see if that helps. Sometimes external devices cause issues. Quick and easy way to rule them out. True. I've seen the case where the computer wouldn't boot because the keyboard, that was external keyboard, it had liquid damage, right? And the whole computer wouldn't boot. Come on, is it glued? Oh, of course it's glued. So why wouldn't you glue the cable? Okay, no signs of any liquids or anything on the over here. And no signs, at least yet, of any liquid damage or anything over here. But which connector is the power button? Because now we can see it from the other side. Let's see if there's no, like, I don't know, some short on this side that we can see under the thermal camera, right? Because we couldn't see it from the other side, obviously, and we have some MOSFETs over here. I'll just quickly ring through them. Maybe we'll get lucky. It's 0.4. Open and open. Why is this one doing 0.4 in one direction and 2.7 in the other? Let's see. You will be able to power the board by shorting two pads near JCDBG. One connector, which is located on the lower right corner of the GPU memory, just above the connector JI401 pad. Okay, first, which side of the board? The one that has GPU and CPU on it, yes? This connector, JCDebug 1. JCDebug 1. Okay, it's unpopulated. Just above the connector J1405, or is it JI405? JI405. So this goes to ground or just short on these two pins, these two pads? Okay. I have a question about BHR battery analyzer. Can I find an unseal key if the chip is encrypted with 128-bit challenge key? No, sir. You cannot. But you don't need to break the challenge key. You just need the 2 or 4 bytes to two values of 2 bytes each to unseal the battery. You don't need to break the challenge to unseal the battery. You need to break the challenge to, like, go into the manufacturer mode. Okay, JI405 will read 3.3. All right. So you say that I'm looking at it upside down, but that's how the markings are everywhere, right? And stuff like that. But I need to flip it anyways, because the power goes here. Let's see. Yeah, that's 3.26, but close enough. Okay, so this is our power button. So let's let's grab the thermal camera and let's see the other side. Okay, we know it boot cycles, so we can just turn it on and see. Let me confirm with the I don't know if it turned on. Oh yeah, okay. So it's boot looping now, hopefully. And now let's see the other side. Can we spot anything here? Oh, and there's a light even over here. Good. Yeah, only the back of the PCH is warming up. I thought this was an EC chip, but I guess it isn't, because I don't see any signs of life from it. So let me show you the LED over here. Where is it? Here. Right, so this is the power LED. And I think from time to time it flashes with red, because it's a multicolor LED. I saw it flash in red before. So it turns on, it tries doing something, but only PCH is warming up. Yeah, I see that switch. It's probably a power button too. Yeah, now I can see it. Before it flashed in red for a second. Nothing on this side is getting hot, only the other side of the board where the PCH is. Only yeah. The PCH is the only thing heating up. Nothing else. Let's see. Now need pressure or on rear of CPU and power up. But can be awkward to short the pins to get to boot. I like how they put the power button on the back, making it 99% useless for repairs. If it's a power button, sure. Just pour a gallon of flax on it, burn it a bit, call it better than factory, and charge $9,001 repair attempt fee, and call it good. I wonder, who are you referencing? I have no idea. Is that a power button? Like putting the toilet paper under the toilet. Right. You started with no heat at all. No PCH hot. No, the PCH was getting warm from the very beginning. And it coincides with the BIOS chips being red. So, yeah. Okay, let's do this. So, first, let's see if that power button is actually a power button. Right. Where are you? Here. Oh, it is. All right, because yeah, that's where the keyboard power button is. So this, yeah, so this connects directly to the, I don't know, to the power button. Okay, so I'm gonna connect it. All right. Then I'm gonna start pressing on the CPU. In different ways until it burns me, essentially. And I'm going to keep my foot on the cable. If it starts burning me, I'm just gonna pull the board up, which will remove the power cable, just to be sure. All right, let's give it like pressure like this. It's not burning me. No difference. No difference. So what else did we had as a suggestion? Not fun fix, yeah. Oh, don't forget to order your NF toilet paper. Almost always ships the same day. Greetings, Salve Geek. Cool. Get pressing, yeah. Welcome. Sounds like a plan. I think it needs pressure, both power applied. Yeah. Well, I tried in a few ways. Like grid pressure, then power. Yeah. Phase controller. I can also try pressing on the PCH, but it looks to me like PCH is turning on properly. And it's actually, it heats up even without pressing the power button. It heats up. I can feel it heating up under my finger. Which is weird. Was it doing that before? Maybe it has. Yeah, the same thing. I'm not sure. Is the PCH supposed to be warming up when you just plug it in? Set phasers to stern. Oh, yeah. So that's the fault here. No power, nothing getting hot, and brief power on the power down. Pretty much. Thanks for the answer. If I were to try all possible combinations of bytes from 0 to FA, it would take years since the SM bus is slow. Or are there some dictionaries? It takes at the maximum a month and a half with my tool, but at the very worst, right? You can crack it in a few days if you get lucky. Power's on, but no CPU turns on. BIOS flashed with proper new and no change. It's circuit. What about the PWM controller on the phases on the CPU? That's chip. Are all the power rails present? Low rails being generated? Well, since I did not know that I had schematics for it, you tell me, and I will measure. The V-core doesn't go up. The V-core on the GPU doesn't go up. PCH is the only thing that turns on. We have charging, we have discharging. Power button works. Everything seems to work electrically. At least, I know. After CMOS reset, maybe PCH comes on. Does this model have a CMOS battery? It does. And the CMOS battery is actually turned off right now. It's disconnected. But the customer also did a reset, the CMOS reset, meaning he did remove the battery. IT5507E, so that's the EC chip, right? And there's another chip over here. This chip does not heat up at all. And it should, right? So what powers this chip? Usually it's a LDO that powers EC, right? So what should be the voltage here somewhere? I can do some blind measurements right now. But if someone could check where to measure, It should be always powered, right? EC is always powered. Yeah, I tried. So remove one RAM, try booting, and then I tried all that. I'm not sure if I included that in my video, but I did all kinds of testing like that, removing all peripherals and swapping RAM chips, trying with one RAM chip, then the other one RAM chip, then swapping them around, and no change. Yeah, no change anywhere. But if someone could tell me where is the... Oh yeah, we got 3.2 over here. So the EC chip is powered. And it looks stable. Yeah, video 387. But at no point I see EC chip turning on. Well, at least on the thermal image, but it doesn't mean that it doesn't turn on, right? Oh no, actually now it does look like, yeah. Yeah, there's a little faint image, yeah, of the die. Yeah, and we had a red again. But I think the red comes on because there's no battery. So well, exactly. The power button wouldn't work if the EC was the problem. True. Okay, so head to face controllers and check enables. Well, let's do that. This will likely be the PMIC for the vCore, the CPU vCore. We know it doesn't turn on, so we know that the enable signal is not going to be there, most likely. But are we powered? Let's see on this guy. We got 5 volts over here, stable, and it turns off. Yeah, now we got 5 volts and it turns off. So this likely powers the PMIC over here, so that should be good. Let's see over here. We got 5 volts. On the caps, on the core, we got 20 volts over here, so that's the main power rail over here, going to the vCore, right, to the MOSFETs over here. So MOSFETs are powered. Yeah, 20 volts all around, but no vCore. Not even a little bit. Nothing's getting hot. No signs of any shorts. It just won't boot. Actually, it does boot, it won't post, or it won't continue boot, it just terminates booting. This seemed so much like a BIOS issue, but it isn't. I am out of ideas, fellas. Completely out of ideas. I think, what does the PCH look like under thermal? It heats up uniformly. There's nothing to indicate that there's a short or anything. There's no like little tiny dots of heat spot or anything like that. It looks like it just plainly turns on and turns off. So the CPU MOSFETs are not turning on, or they are, or they try and shut down. It kind of seems, I couldn't really confirm that, but it kind of seems like it's trying to turn on for a split second and turns off. So this could be, you know, like over voltage protection or over current protection or thermal protection, something like that, that is kind of stuck in the fault mode, right? Did I scope the gates? I did not scope the gates. It's gonna be difficult to scope the gates, and these are integrated, so I don't know which one is the gate. And I don't think they don't really get the gate signal. They get the sync signal, right? And I checked all of these for shorts, so I don't. And if one was shorted, then they all would be shorted, so. Or we would be reading short everywhere. Turn it on, look at the CPU with thermal camera. If it will warm up briefly, DRAM, DRMOS or PWM controller are working, but something is telling it to shut down. It is not blinking even. It's completely dead. And when I connect the oscilloscope to the vCore, I don't see anything other than like maybe a little bit of interference, something like that, a little bit of noise, but I don't see any. I don't see it turning on at all. The vCore remains at 0 volts at all times. Right. Need to step back into power sequence. That's true. I just didn't know that I had schematics for it, so I just need to do a lot of homework on this to identify what should turn on first and how, and just confirm those signals, because this could be just, you know, shorted thermal protection, right? And as soon as the EC chip starts, or the PCH starts turning on the rest of the computer, it reads overheat protection or overcurrent protection or over voltage protection, and it shuts down. But it then it reboots by itself. Yeah. Right. Yeah, got to work through the power sequence. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. I just need to do a little bit of homework on this, and before I can get any more ideas. As far as voltages and stuff, everything seems okay over here. These are the worst kind of faults. Yes, that's true, because it's really difficult to figure out. Extremely so. Well. Why is my thermal camera overheating? My thermal camera is overheating. Crazy. It will end up on my bench one day. Remember to sign it, Raf was here. Well, it's very possible. I actually have a iPhone. Who wants an iPhone for repair? It's an SE second generation. SE was it, or ME, or something like that. It's not super new. It kind of looks like iPhone 6. When you power it up, it grabs like 10 milliamps, something like that, for a second, then it turns off. Nope, no iPhones. Yeah, you have Apple, green Apple in the logo. So, and you don't do Apple devices? At least I have a horse in the logo, so I don't do apples, because horses eat apples. It's raining again. Just as well. Not going anywhere. Rebuild CPU, but if this was an issue, because it still could be, wouldn't there be some difference when I blasted it with heat? Or when I press it, I tried even putting some tension on the board and stuff like that, and nothing changes. So I'm not sure about the CPU rebuild. When was the last time I rode a horse? I was really young. And one time in my life I only sat on the horse. It's a half-eaten apple, Ralph. Yes, I know it's a half-eaten apple, but it's an apple. It's a green apple. Reflow the CPU a little more aggressive at the end. Did the customer give you a story as how the fault happened? Like what was it dropped? Exactly. There's nothing that coincided with the fault, or at least, you know, as far as the customer told me. It just plainly stopped working one day. I think it was just turned off, and the next day turned on, and it wouldn't turn on. So there was nothing that coincided with it's not working or stopped working. I think it's a power chip issue, not BGA. Very possible. It would be nice to see change in behavior, but might not be conclusive. True, but at least it would give us, you know, something to go off of, right? If I press on the board and we see some change, then, you know, we know we're at least going in the right direction, or at least it has some impact. And here nothing changes. Keeps looping. It just doesn't like something. Yeah, it's detecting some fault, very likely. The worst kind of issues are the feedback issues, right? But, you know, if we read low resistance on the CPU or on the GPU, or low resistance on any coil or anything like that, then yeah, that would also give us something to go off of, right? Inject some current, inject some power, and see what's heating up, and go from there. Sure, but there's nothing here, nothing to go off of. Well, other than, you know, analyze the power sequence and go with that. CPU crystal oscillator. The CPUs have crystal oscillators? Yeah, it might be worth looking at the board view schematic and checking for power good signal, maybe. Yes, that's pretty much what we need to do. It might, and was phase controller getting enable signal to turn on vCore? I don't know which one it is. Not yet, at least. I will know next time. As far as the crystals, well, there's one by the GPU. But if vCore doesn't go up, then I don't think. So this is some crystal next to the CPU, and we have some flash memory over here that looks to be 16 kilobytes or megabits. Next to the CPU, I don't see any crystals. There's also few MOSFETs over here. So let's do a quick sanity check. Because sometimes the short is detected so quickly that you know, we don't see it on the thermal camera, right? Oh. Okay. What is this? So VCore was showing me what, like 5 to 15 ohms, something like that. But when I measure on the cup over here, we have half an ohm. Let's see, milliamp meter. This is Intel CPU. It shouldn't have low resistance like this. Unless I'm measuring GPU. Oh, this is GPU. Never mind. This is GPU, so I think this is normal on GPU, right? Uh, 350 milliamps. Is that normal? Which GPU is it? This is GN21-X11-A1. What is this? GPU very low. It's 4080. Vent Dev. How's it going, man? So, is it low? Did anyone check what the... Because if this is 4080 or 4090... Yeah, see you, Let Farmer. Bon appetit. Yeah, I have to eat some breakfast myself, because it's almost 6 o'clock. But I had a pretty hefty supper, so I'll be fine. So if the GPU is shorted, working on my deck, carpentry. Oh yeah. Good luck with that, man. Vampires have breakfast at 6 p.m. Sunset. Yes. Okay, it's 4080. Should 4080 have 300 milliamps on VCore on this capacitor over here? It seems a bit low to me. I would be expecting something. Oh, you say that's fine for 4080? Okay. I was thinking closer to like 700, 800 milliamps. That would be my guess. But I guess Tony left already, so he would probably know. Because, well, so that kind of short could explain what's going on over here, right? We're trying to turn on, but the short is detected and we shut down. Sure. But we got 6.8 on the CPU over here. Like 60 ohms over here. 60 over here. 50 over here. This is 7.6, so that's V-core. Yeah, nothing here. Yeah, about half an ohm, so that's the I'm still here, busy rebuilding Nate's Alienware. It's 4080, roughly a little over 300 milliohms on the V-core normal, or too low? And would shorted GPU actually cause this is another question. Okay, it can be as low as 200. All right. So yeah, no, I didn't think so, but you know, worth a shot. All right, so we got nothing. We got nothing. I need to just 300 is fine then. I need to do some. I'm not sure. I want to go through the schematics. I want to see how much is the replacement board. Because maybe we can just swap the board and be done with it. You know. CPU has 3 voltage rails. Does it? I mean, yeah, because it's V-core, memory, and what was it called? GT or what have you. Yeah, and I get 3 different resistances, around 7 ohms. Yeah, around 7 ohms on V-core, like 50 ohms on memory, and like 70 ohms on VCC GT. Yeah. Right. I would check the crystals first. It must have one. Well, if it does have crystal, it must be close to the device. that it's powering on, because crystal needs to be close. I don't see any crystals around the CPU. Unless it's on the other side. Let's see. Oh, there's JCMOS 1, so that's a CMOS reset pin. Good to know. So nothing here, and the only, let's see, on the back of the GPU. No crystals. And the only crystal that I see is by the GPU right over here. YG1, I guess. Not sure if that's the one. And I would expect, can we see where it connects? Yeah, it looks like it connects to the GPU. But then, you know, GPU would be not working if the crystal was faulty, right? So it should be just not detected, right? But since this is Intel, it should still boot and just not have GPU. That's what I would expect in such situation. I think all voltages are good. I don't think CPU is the issue. I think it's EC. That's gonna be a very big problem to fix that. Need SVOD4 or compatible device to flash it. It would make sense, yeah. It would explain the behavior. Or we can just replace it, right? And see what's up with that. Let's see, can we find the... Let's see if we can just find the chip. Maybe that'd be easier. Let's see eBay first. Sometimes they offer those chips already programmed. Looks like 24 bucks plus 860 for shipping. This is CXA, so this is exactly the one. But is it programmed? We understand how important it is to get blah blah blah. Please make sure you have advanced soldering skills to resolder the chip. This one doesn't need advanced skills. What do you think? Should we try? Like essentially 35 bucks for the replacement EC. Right. I mean, it is, you know, the replacement is marked as Lenovo, right? The exact same markings on the chip. Although it kind of looks like it's lasered on. Yeah, I'm not I'm not sure. But if it's empty, if it's blank chip, right? If this one is corrupted and I replace it with the blank chip, it should the PCH should reprogram it, right? And the donor board. Let's see if we can find the board. How much would the board be? Y 790. There's no boards on eBay. Just as well. Yeah, parts people reprogrammed 2 Dell EC chips today on live stream. Fixed them both. Yeah, sometimes it's the EC, and it could be, it very well could be. But I don't think he does Lenovo, right? But he does have the tool to do it. I'll see if I can. Yeah, I'll ask him. Maybe he'll be able to just take it for reflashing. Yeah. All right. Let's see. What do we have? How long have we been streaming? I don't know. Oh, there it is. 4 hours. Yeah. All right. I think 4 hours enough. Because I really need to go eat something. Because yeah, programmer and the pogo pins, octopus for the programming pinouts on the motherboard. This firmware can give problems that can take days or weeks to solve. It's best to just flash it and call it a day. Right. Yeah, that's what we're gonna have to. Yeah, I guess we don't really have any other ideas, right? Yeah. Yeah, and EC, yeah, corrupted EC perfectly explains this. So, yeah. Right. Yeah, yeah. I really have to eat something. I wasn't hungry in the morning because I had relatively big supper last night and really late as well. I think I ate at like 1 a.m. So I wasn't really hungry. But now I'm really starting to notice that I should eat something. Alrighty, well, I say it's a good effort. We eliminated at least a lot of things. Doesn't seem like it's a CPU issue. So we have a plan of moving forward with this. So let's end on a good note. We know what to do next. And what we do next is call Nathan. Call Uncle Fix It. And we shall see. Alrighty, yes, to be continued. Go eat. Thank you guys so much for your help today and for your assistance and everything. Good stream, I agree. Thanks and thanks chat for putting up with my jokes. Sure. All right, Northwest, JFix, Tesla's Apple, Greg, Rossi Ross, New Retro. Take care, guys. Greg M and everybody. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. I guess I will see you tomorrow, either in the video or we're gonna stream again. We'll see. We'll see whichever's easier. Alrighty, thank you guys again, and I shall see you in the next one.